Ugh. Thought I was ready, but my eyes are suddenly hurting. What the heck? Okay. Fine. Be good. Okay, so I realized last night after the stream that the reason why the steam loop wasn't working was because I had an overflow valve here, which was freaking doofus move. So I fixed that off stream. I had to fix it before I forgot about it. So I booted up the game and fixed that. So now this is all one big steam loop, and as God intended, and it's all working now. And we are very slowly, this is doing a funny thing where it's like pulsing. I've never seen production pulse like this before. It's kind of funny. The production's not actually changing. It's just the max production that is changing, which is really funny. Yeah, that's because of all this, but it might be... Well, no, there's not really a way to do that, though. You can't connect these to the circuit network or anything. We might just have to deal with it. Okay. It's tilted. Okay, what are we working on today? We're working on wood. Yeah. There was one other thing I wanted to do. Oh yeah, I want to decrease the number of trains because after this stream yesterday, I just left the game running for a while. I didn't save, but I just left the game running and was watching the trains zoom around, and I have too many cargo trains. There you go. There is a flaw with this interrupt design that I didn't realize, and that's because every single station is completely full. When a train leaves a delivery, see, I'll just show you. So once this stone leaves this delivery, watch this. That stone's gonna go to the depot. And then a depot train's gonna leave to replace it. And then it's gonna go into the depot, and then there's a huge traffic jam here. That happens every single time a train completes a delivery, because all of the destination stops are full. There's nowhere else for the train to go. So yeah, I don't really know how to fix that aside from you don't make enough trains. But the problem with that is we're relying on there being buffers in each station. So we kind of need this behavior to exist. But that means that every single train is cycling through the depot before it makes another delivery, which is extremely wasteful. The idea is that if there's another place it can go, it'll immediately go there. But since every station is full at all times, that's never true. So it's always going through this depot. What that also means is that Train Saver almost always shows trains going back to the depot. See, watch this. So this one's going out for a delivery, but as soon as... Hold on. But as soon as it gets there and it goes, the next train is pretty much guaranteed to either be... It'll either be fiber or it'll be a depot. Watch this. It's probably going to be depot, but it could be fiber. Come on. Yeah, Dog of Chaos. I'm on a Factorio hyperfixation right now, so I gotta make the most of it. For cracking condensates, you can crack natural. Okay, so here we go. This one's going to the depot, and then another one's leaving the depot and immediately going to replace it. So pretty much every train saver trip that we watch on the screensaver will be going to the depot. Except for fiber. This is the only exception. How do you have it so that your music is present in the stream but not in the VOD? I use the Twitch VOD track. It's a thing in OBS where you can set the music to a different track in OBS, and that track will only be added to the VOD, or will only be added to the live stream, but not to the VOD. Sorry, other way around. You have a separate track that is the one that's used for the VOD, and I add everything except the music to that track. Yeah, this one's going to the depot now. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. I don't really know how to fix this, because the only way to fix this is to not have all the stations be full, but that's not what we want to do. The other thing we can do is add depots spread around everywhere in the base, which is what we'll probably end up doing. I do like the ability to visualize these, but maybe I'll add some sort of like circuit network that will tell me how full the depots are.
Oh my god!
I don't know, we'll see. Thank you for the follow, Caseman90. Appreciate you. Yeah, you're right, Belazar. I did not realize that. Huh. Okay, so here you are. In the streaming settings, so you're in settings output streaming. You have audio track, and then here you also have Twitch VOD track, and I set it to 2, whereas my regular audio track is 1. What that allows me to do is in OBS itself, I set in the advanced audio properties here, you can set which track each thing is a part of, and you'll notice that the music track is excluded from the VOD track, so it will not be included in the VOD. That's how I do that. For some reason, this music reminds me of Tetris Effect. I love that game. You're just playing copyright music with no issues on stream, and it doesn't get recorded anymore, so no one knows about it? Pretty much. Twitch doesn't really care. I forgot a warehouse. Oh, I can craft one. Because I have crafting materials now. And you might notice that I'm just a little bit hyper-focused on Factorio at the moment. All I want to do is play Pyanodons. I don't want to do anything else with my life right now. Like, I could be... I'm doing literally anything else, and I say I could be playing Factorio right now. Like, I'm actually gonna do other one that is fed into both trains. These aren't stacked, right? No. Yeah, these are not stacked. Yeah, 1-1 trains are super fun. I love it. Who'd want to get good when you can get wood? True. Okay, so we're gonna set aside wood for a minute and fix this natural gas thing, because Velazar is completely correct in that the only really useful thing to do, like, we can make formaldehyde, but that looks really freaking dumb. When we could just use copper and methane. I don't know, I'd have to cost it out. But it really does seem like this is the best thing to do, especially since it creates steam and it just uses stuff we already have here. What do we use naphtha for? Oh, naphtha is way more useful. I don't know. We'll leave it for a minute. I do want to finish wood first. Excited. Rack. We still also haven't handled decay over there. Okay, wood. Last time we ended off by making these things. I'm just getting all these out of the way because I'm gonna run out of research as Jigsaw. My base is too powerful. I only have 15 researches left before my base is done researching everything possible. So I'm just researching everything. But you do have a point. I could research the things first. Okay, there's a few more maybe, but not really. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It's fine. See, Pi Science 2. We're almost done with research. Quick, set a 100 times science multiplier. That'll never be done. Oh no, someone git commit AM fix. Git commit AM code. All right, we also need to make tree mark 2. Okay, let's focus on that for a minute. Well, we don't need Moondrop Mark 2, right? Not yet? No. We are gonna want to figure out how to make those though. Okay, so tree mark 2 we were looking at down here. Not down here. We were looking at it, but we deleted it. Yeah, this needs tree seedling mark 2, which needs all these things in a botanical nursery. But this is a gamba. So, in order to make tree mark 2, I think 2 per minute's probably fine. So we just want to do this. Yeah, we just want 2 of these. Yeah, there we go. Okay, well, we'll see how many tree seeds I need for this. Oh, like... a lot. Many. Many, many, many. Oh, jeez. That's not happening. Yeah! Okay. That's a 0.5% chance. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. I guess we'll be bottlenecked by how quickly I can generate moss gene samples. Hey, Zero Shadow. How you doing? How many of these do I need for this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, wait. This is a moon drop. This is a codex moment. This is a codex moment for sure, right? Wait. No, it's not. It is? Okay. Oh no, the seeds are a codex moment. Yeah, okay. Okay, there we go. I almost did it again. I'm a dingo. Okay, that makes me feel better. So we just make a temporary setup to make the tree seeds. Man, I swear I've listened to this exact mix before. I recognize all of these songs. This is a good one. Where's the favorite one? How do I favorite this? I've listened to this exact Autographics Arts before. You know how much of those additionally created output slot machines have and what happens if they max out? I don't think there is a limit. I think it's an integer limit. That could be wrong. But that should only happen if something spoils or if you change recipes remotely. After things are already there. See, I can show you. Like if I change this to something completely different, then you'll see suddenly these are in the output inventory. And that's so that you can, or that's so that they don't drop onto the ground. That might be what you did. And now that's just gonna chill in there forever. And or until you do this. You can also make the robots remove them remotely. Yeah, I saw you talking on the Discord earlier. What? You have a coal power plant Mark II, right? Or is this Mark 1? Oh, it should be Mark 1. Mark 2? I don't know, man. That's weird. I don't see how that could be happening. I've been considering changing my hotbar layout because I have need for all of the inserters. So I might try creating a new... Oh, but I want all of these, though. Well, here's what I'll do. I will change inserters to always be on this one here. I'll have all 5 kinds. Because I need all 5 kinds at different places. And then to replace the lamps, I'll put them here. Nah. Oh, except this is just crafting materials. I don't really need that one anymore. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Oh, I forgot the chests. That's what it is. Yeah, I need a logistics row. That's what it is.
Hello there.
Hello, Mike. I'm on a Pyanodons hyperfixation at the moment. So I'm playing again. Oh, great. I love that. Oh gosh, I have to get used to all my new hotkeys. Okay, so this is all temporary, so the rate doesn't matter. I just want to get a few tree seeds. I don't have petri dishes up here, do I? It'd be easier to build it up here. I have moss. Petri dishes are over here. Eh. It would be better to build it up there. That way I don't have to have bots cross the entire base. And I really wish that smart belt dragging would be efficient with undergrounds, but I also really don't want to write that code, so I'm not going to. Manual builder is a bit of a disaster in this game. Hey Mike, guess what? I almost automated at scale this tree seeds recipe. I had another Moondrop Codex moment, almost. Because I didn't think to check that if there were any alternate recipes for this. This is just the bootstrap recipe. Oh, but I need tailings. Yeah. It's okay, we got tailings. We got tailings at home. In fact, tailings are just right here. Gross. Pathetic. Awful. Pipes. Pathetic. Insignificant. Okay, all of that so that I could do this. Niobium pipes are the best, dude. Did Pi give some insight into recipe book? What? Oh, you mean for the alternate recipes thing? So that was just a skill issue. But I guess you could argue that that wouldn't have happened if I didn't have grouping turned on. Because then I would have seen, oh, there's 3 ways to make this. I don't know, maybe I'll add another grouping mode that will, yeah, that's an option. Maybe I'll add another grouping mode that will only exclude recipes if there's more than one recipe. So like, if there's only one way to make a thing, like for all of these, there's no reason to have the recipe, well, actually there's 2 ways to make those. But for like this, there's no reason to have this page at all. So it might be nice to combine it if there's only one recipe to make it. But otherwise, don't combine it. Might be neat. Yeah, Mike, you should look through the recipe book options. There's a few of them. You can also turn on lists everywhere, which turns it into like recipe book 3 almost. Except with larger... Where's a good one? They can get lists instead of grids, if you really want to. But now that I've been using the icon grids, I really hate the lists. The icons are better. Mostly. Now that a lot of mods have updated to have unique icons as well. Yeah, so what I recommend doing is you turn on search materials only as well, because without that, you get all this duplication. But if you search materials only, then suddenly it's a lot better. So now it's only showing items and fluids in here instead of items, fluids, and recipes all at once. But if something happens to have a primary recipe, it'll still show it here. So this actually works super well. But it does mean you can't search for like oh shoot, what's a good example? I don't know. But if there's something that has a recipe name that doesn't match its item name, then you can't search for that. But that hasn't really been an issue. Okay, what gives? Why am I not getting any genius? Oh, because of throughput bottleneck, and because we need biofactory. Biofactories are good. This mall is very large. Not me making that go the wrong way. Okay, so that should start making tree seed Mark IIs in a minute. And then as soon as we get any, I will switch the recipe. Well, how many do we need? Used in we only need one. We get one tree seedling, and then we need 3. So we need 3 tree seed Mark IIs. How long will that take? Very long time.
Hello there.
Hello, Jumbo Panda. Yeah, Jigsaw, related to the science pack labels, I still do want to do that at some point, or something similar, but I really think that sorting the recipes helps tremendously for me, because like I can just click on the first red and see whether or not I can unlock it. If I can, then I just have to click through a few things, but if not, then I know that everything after that is not worth looking at. It helps a ton. Thank you for the follow, Gone Wacko. Appreciate you. Okay. Sorting's not in the mod portal now, because it kind of sucks. Like the code is awful. Well, the code's not all that bad, but it's really slow is the thing, because it has to go through all the recipes and then go through every technology that unlocks that recipe, and there's no caching or anything. That's the thing. What I need to do is create a static cache of which science pack unlocks every recipe in the game, and compute that once, and then I can just grab that instead of having to do it every time. Is it on Codeberg? Yes, it is. It's the sorting branch. Okay, so as soon as we get more gene labs, this should be better. Oh, crud, is this perfectly ratioed? It's fine. But I'm not gonna be able to supply 6 moss per second. Whoops. Well. Oh well. Except not oh well, because I do want this to work at full speed. So we're gonna we're gonna plug in some more moss. Thankfully, we have the Vrock moss generator up there, and the Vrocks aren't really eating that much moss at the moment, so we are making way more Vrocks than we actually are using. We overbuilt those a lot. Especially since we upgraded to Vrock Mark IIs. How many of those do we have, by the way? Oh, we got a lot. And then I turned it off for some reason. Why did I do that? You know what, I'm gonna turn it back. Man, I love this photographic arts. This one in particular is so good. And this has no moss to spare. To the end. I'm still not completely over COVID yet, because I still have irritation in my ears. But other than that, I feel fine now. But and also I'm still sleeping a lot too. Like I slept for like a very long time last night, like 11 hours. So I'm still recovering. Basically, I stopped playing Pi, and then I ate another small meal, and then I went to bed, and then I woke up and started playing Pi again. Basically how it went. I was gonna work today, but I'm very hyper-fixated on Pi right now. So I went through the math in my head, like, what am I willing to pay the amount of money I make in one day to play Pi right now, and I said yes, so I did it. So I'm not working today. I'm hopeless. Okay, why are we not making more Gene Labs, please? Gene Lab. Storage tank 10 kiloliters. I should just make all of them, really. Just in case. I can't work on Factorio today, boss. I gotta work on my Factorio base. Exactly. Can't work on Factorio today. I gotta work on Factorio. Okay, the work at Wuba is pretty slow right now anyway, because everyone's winding down for the holidays, so. It's not like there's any pressing stuff right now. Oh! Oh! I just got a really nice GitHub notification. Osu. Doesn't allow you to change, or didn't allow you to use the built-in tablet thing to change the area where it had effect. And this was a problem when I was using an ultra-wide, because I wanted to letterbox the game. So I had to go through my window manager, and they just fixed it. Nice. Thank you. Maybe I should play Osu again. I haven't played it in a while. I also go on Osu kicks. Like, I'll get a kick for a game, and I'll play it for a couple months, and then I'll put it down again. So for Factorio. Well, this wasn't a Pi bug report, Simrock. This was a Osu bug report. But yeah, Osu was freaking awesome, man. I've been following the development of Laser for the last 10 years. It's really cool. I actually want to ask them because they use SDL for the low level, just like Factorio does. And but SDL's input is tied to the main thread, and the main thread's also tied to rendering. So like it's all tied to the main thread. Which means that when you are waiting on VSync, you can't get input events. But somehow Osu has a separate thread for input, and that shouldn't be supported by SDL, so I'm really curious how they're doing that. They're probably not even using SDL for input, if I had to guess. They probably have their own system, which frickin' sucks, if that's the case, because it means my Osu clone that I'm writing will have to do the same thing if I want FPS agnostic input latency. Yeah, Nick Kush, where do you think I got Photographic Arts from? Peppy listens to Photographic Arts a lot. Oh, this destroyed. Hey, look, our supplement is working. Nice. This is what happens when you plan ahead. Wouldn't you constantly just read the raw interrupts? Well, yeah, but that's not going through SDL. See, here's the thing. So SDL is fundamentally like a main-threaded framework. So here's my Osu clone's game loop. Basically, while not quit update frame 9. So here's the input. So this is where you get input here. You pull SDL events and then you handle them, and this is where I get things like key down events and stuff like that. But this is the only part of the game loop where you're actually getting input. The rest of this, you're not receiving any input. And this is especially the part right here. So you render game, and if you have VSync turned on, then render game is going to block in this call right here to render present. Render render present will block until the vsync flip is done. That's actually what flip on is in Factorio as well. This metric right here is how long the game is waiting for the vsync to catch up. So if you have a really high flip, then that means you're missing the vsync window. And that's what variable refresh rate tries to fix, is to make it so you don't miss the vsync window. But then here is also the thing. If this frame duration was less than than our desired frame duration, which we have a max refresh rate of 1,000 for this game, then you force it to delay until that's done. And this is how the vast majority of game loops work. This is exactly how Factorio's game loop works as well. Well, there's a few other things in there, but that's pretty much how Factorio's game loop works as well. So anyway, the point is, SDL poll event is only safe to call from the main thread, and SDL render present is also only safe to be called from the main thread. So it's a fundamental design limitation of SDL. So I'm really curious how Osu, which is an SDL-based game, got around this. And I want to ask them, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. For a game like Osu, where you need like millisecond accuracy, then it really matters. Fortunately, actually, there is a Wayland protocol called input timestamps. High resolution, nanosecond resolution timestamps for input events. So if and SDL supports this, so if your compositor implements this, then you can get perfectly accurate input timings no matter what your FPS is. But nothing implements it except for Weston. Freaking clown show over here. I think the reason why most compositors don't implement it is because it's actually difficult to implement a way to, like a reliable way to get nanosecond accuracy. Okay, so we're actually gonna hurt our wood output for a minute because we're using some of these tree seedlings to make trees. So yeah, our wood output's gonna suffer while we're trying to gamble for tree Mark IIs. Okay, back to the main event. You'll see, Simrock, the fundamental problem is that SDL has a main event loop, and that event loop always needs to run on the main thread. And a lot of the logic in SDL is dependent on that event loop. So for example, if you have an X11 incremental clipboard transfer, then it'll send like one chunk of data, and then it'll wait a minute, and then it'll send another chunk of data. Like it'll send them in chunked formats. So when you call like SDL get clipboard here, then it'll call and it'll get the first chunk, and then it'll wait, or it'll call SDL pull event here, and then that will get the next bit, and it'll keep calling that in a loop until it gets all the bits, and then it'll finish, and then it'll call back to here. So SDL is fundamentally single-threaded, which sucks. But it's stable. SDL is used in a lot of games because it's extremely reliable compared to other things, or doing it yourself. So yeah, like if you use Vulkan, for example, you actually can do that on a separate thread. SDL render present is using their built-in SDL renderer, which is what I'm doing for my game because I don't want to bother with writing an OpenGL implementation. But I'm gonna have to anyway, so whatever. Okay, so we need ash in on these belts, and then we get logs out on that belt. And we have tree seedlings and seeds on this belt. So now we need a way to put the tree seedlings onto this belt. And I got rid of my lamps. Okay, I am putting the lamps here. I use lamps so often that they should be on hotbar. Oh, except that I want... Oh. Oh, I know how to fix this. I'm gonna split it again. That is gonna go out that way. Oh, this might be a little tight now. There we go. I was like, what the heck? Why doesn't it fit anymore? Happy anniversary of the most disastrous game launch in history. Are you talking about Cyberpunk? Did that release in December? I don't remember. I see. Okay, so those might end up being further out, but we'll see. This needs to hook into that loop there. But we need to extract the tree seeds and do something with those. Factorio is responsible for at least one divorce that I know of. I am tangentially responsible for at least one divorce. Some guy was playing Space Age and was neglecting his responsibilities and his relationship, and so his wife divorced him because he was playing the game too much and not doing anything else. I'm like, yeah, I hyperfixate on Factorio every so often, but like, never, I don't know, I've never been married, so I can't tell you. I can't say that. Reject women, return to the factory. Weird flex, but okay. Hey, how much moss is this gonna take? 20 per second? Wow. I am gonna nuke all of these stations for now. I don't actually know what the layout's gonna be yet. I do know that the ash belts are probably gonna be on the innermost side, because they need to come here. And we need 2 stacked belts of ash, right? Yes. No, we need 4 stacked belts of ash. What? Wait, did I do that wrong? Yes, I did it wrong. This is why you don't play Factorio for 12 hours straight. I keep messing up the math in my head. 107 ash per second. We get 30 ash per second on each stacked yellow belt. So we need 4 stacked yellow belts of ash. So I did have the right number of stations. Don't know what I was smoking last night. Maybe I did the math with tree mark 1s, and then when I switched back to tree mark... Oh, that's exactly what I did. I designed this with tree mark 1s. Yeah. Okay, well, we're gonna have to redesign this again. To bring ash in from both sides. But it's an odd number! Of course it is. Ah. Perfect. How far are you from getting the next stack increase? It's unlocked at the next science pack. But it's almost immediately after the next science pack. So in terms of tech tree, we're only 5 techs away from it. But this gap right here, this gap right here, oops, this gap right here represents like 150 hours at least. Especially if I keep making dumb design mistakes like I currently am. Okay, but we're gonna have to put 2 ash on this side, 2 ash on that side. Because we're gonna need 2 stations that have, or we're gonna need 4 stations, just like I said before. Oh, but, like butts. But, I mean, what? Now we can get 2 stacked belts out of each wagon, thanks to, Ravager, so. Especially with Ash, which has a 1,000 stack size, this is gonna be great. Need like a node graph visualizer for this. Okay, so this is no longer gonna pass on the top of this. Okay, and then we should have plenty of room for activities here. We can put the carbon dioxide over here. Yeah, this will fit just fine. We could even put this down here, but that seems kind of stupid. Just put it up here. Okay, so basically we need this to output seeds, but be overridden by the seed excess from this belt here. So we're gonna grab from this belt the excess seeds. Oh, except we're gonna need to do a double thing. Okay, you get out of the way for a minute. Out of my way, oven. We need seeds on this belt, and on this belt, and on this belt. So this is easy enough. Just bring that in there, split it. Bring that in there and split it. And bring that in there. So that's it, but we need to split this off with any tree seeds, or yeah, no, this is the best place to do it. You just split off any tree seeds here and bring them back up here. And priority input splitter this. That should do it. So that's wood in. Now we just need to bring in the water and the moss. I think considering the infrastructure we have on this side for the seedlings, we're gonna put the moss in on this side. And for this much, we need... Hold up. I'm wasting belts. Stop! Stop! Cease. This only takes 10 moss per second, so yeah, that's fine. Okay, that should do it for the moss. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I also realized this last night, but I didn't fix this last night. I accidentally put chain signals on the inputs to my stackers, which kind of ruins the point of the stacker. So we need to fix that. And this doesn't have a signal. I'm still not sure if I'll end up using the stacker. I might just double up on stations, but we'll see. Well, doubling up on stations does increase inserter usage. That's worth considering. I thought I made a stacker ×1. Did I not put it in? Yeah, I didn't. I know that this blueprint grid is correct, but it still bothers me. Okay, there we go. All right, cool. So now we then need 2 stacked belts of ash here. Right, right. Let's double check. This requires 53 ash. But these require 30.5, yeah. Wow, that fits almost perfectly. Oh no! Literally unplayable. Gotta move the whole thing up by 1 tile. Fine. Man, there's a lot of dead space here. I don't think there's really a good way to fix that, though. Oh well. It gives me a place to stand and think. Ponder my life. Ponder how I got to the point where I can play Factorio for almost 24 hours in 2 days. All right, no, this is a perfect place to use the new setup. These rail signals always look super cursed. How did I mess that up so bad? Hey, I have a brilliant idea. Let's train the water. What could possibly go wrong? Actually, training the water wouldn't even be that bad in this case. The muddy sludge is going to be worse. We're going to have to make a muddy sludge block directly next to this one, I think. Okay, so I think the next one we want is probably wood. Logs. Or no, wait, the logs are... Yeah. We're outputting logs, dingus. Okay, so next one we actually want is ash. Because then we put the ash here. And then we put the logs on the other side. Oh yeah, it'll still fit. Easy peasy. I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind again. Okay, so next one we want is more ash. Just gonna need another one of these. And then we want the wood loading. And how much wood do we have here? We only have 28.5 per second of wood. There, that should be everything, right? No, muddy sludge. But muddy sludge will come in elsewhere. How much power all this needs? 60 megawatts. Not bad. Yes, I did take CO2 drops. Got a problem with that? Fortunately, if we decide to change that later, it'll be a relatively straightforward process to add a CO2 train stop for everything that needs it. 60 megawatts for a single block? Yeah, that's not bad. Our Keragen processing takes a lot more than that. It takes 112. But it also can produce, theoretically, 2.44 gigawatts. All right, sorry, no, it's half of that. Maybe it's half of that. Let's test it. See if Simon's library is correct. Yeah, Simon's library is incorrect. It's actually half of that. It doesn't take efficiency into account. Huh. Or no, it says it's gonna get 5. Wait. No, it's fine. It's fine. Yep, it's fine. We're good. Yep. Simon is correct again. Simon is the GOAT, by the way. Yeah, it was assuming 500 degrees steam because there's nothing in here. Yeah, that explains it. Okay. The 60 megawatts with or without? I think it's actually without. I don't think, yeah, this doesn't select inserters. Whoops. How many stack inserters do we have in here? We can calculate this. 50. 50 times 800 kilowatts. That's 40,000 kilowatts. That's 40 megawatts of just stack inserters. So the stack inserter idle drain is almost 2/5 of the entire electricity consumption of this block. So 100 megawatts, yes. Stack inserters are freaky. A moment when niobium pipes aren't good enough. Hello, Ball. Thanks for joining the stream. How you doing today? Okay, so we will make a muddy sludge train, but we're also gonna make a muddy sludge direct insertion, because this is gonna be a lot of muddy sludge. All right, cool. Actually, that's not even gonna keep up, right? We have 1.7. Yeah, we need 2 pumps. And no way that we're training this muddy sludge. Yay, but it's working. But basically, the muddy sludge train will just serve as a sink for other things. So we can oh, we're gonna put overflow valves or top up valves on the other input, and then this'll be the primary. Yeah. What are you out of? You're out of tree seedlings. You're out of logs. Oh yeah. We were just working off of buffered tree seeds from when we had unlimited logs. Always filter your outputs, kids, when you have spoilables involved. Decayables. These are all going to the same train anyway, so it doesn't matter. All right, cool. I think that is it. The only thing we have left, infinity-wise, is the wagons and the accumulator. So much wood, man. Okay, so we're gonna need a ton of muddy sludge. I think it makes sense to build the muddy sludge on top of the water. So actually, let's we could use this half of this for it and then put the wood on this one. Or even put the wood here. Like we could direct insert moss if we wanted to. Oh wait, I don't have my map text turned on. Yeah, this is for Nextlet though. That depends, Jigsaw. I don't think I can, but I can try. Like in the empty spot over here, you mean? Maybe. But I kind of want to avoid using this space just in case we need more stations later. But that's the other advantage of this setup is that the space is completely empty. Yeah, it'll be too much because I think before I measured it out and it's 1.78K. I really need to add alt click to rate calculator. We're gonna use the from water recipe because that's basically just print it from water and power. Okay, we need 71. We need that many. Yeah, that's too much. And that's not even counting the other machines that we need to make the soil. We can, however, probably fit it in the other half of this block right here. So we can put the wood here and put the muddy sludge here. That would work. Gonna be our first truly egregious use of landfill. So we will likely end up expanding the grid down one more at least to get all these ore patches in. Except for this iron. Oh, why? Why? I swear ore patches are like more likely to spawn on chunk borders or something. It's weird. Yes, these are temporary. These are all trains that well, it's temporary and it's intended because these are all trains that don't have destinations yet. So this is, I can look at this and say, oh, there's a train whose product doesn't have a destination, which means I missed something somewhere. Like I don't have an iron oxide sink yet, which is actually going to become a problem. Like already becoming a problem, actually. Pretty much. Yeah, it's about to become a problem. So we are actively relying on this antimony setup now, so... like, this isn't even running. Yeah, we are completely backed up on antimony oxide thanks to our new setup. That's awesome. And we're backed up on intermetallics? Never have I ever. That's incredible. I thought I got rid of a bunch of trains. Okay, we're about to use them. Hey, Hunter. I don't really enjoy programming on stream anymore, so there's not going to be much of that, unfortunately. Excuse me, I almost didn't mute in time for that. Can I convince you into advent of code? No. You will not convince me to make a fool of myself on the internet any more than I already am. if I do advent of code on stream, you'll be like, how does this guy work for Factorio again? Vibe advent of code. True. Oh wait, that might be too fast for a. Oh, it's too fast for a fast deserter. Uh oh. Uh oh. I think we're gonna do yield direct insertion actually, because this is interesting. I just wish that these were the same size. So what this means is I need to do some shenanigans. Either I wish this was either the same size, or it was too wider, or that these weren't on opposite sides. Because the combination of those three things makes this exceptionally awful. That you have to do. Oh, that doesn't even work. Nope, it doesn't work. They'd like to make our life painful. I swear this is intentional. So I'm just gonna copy paste my direct insertion setup from over here. I did actually manage to get it to work pretty well. Just get these dumb pipes out of here. Okay, so we need 72. We're gonna need 72 soil extractors. Oh, I already had this saved. Get out of here. We're gonna need 100 coal power plants. Okay, we can fit 24 of these on a single row. And then we can flip it that. Except I want to do it better. More better. There we go. Much water they're gonna need? Yes. That's why we're building it on top of a water patch. Oh, I didn't save the... Save the grid. Stop grid violence. Almost fits. It's one tile off. We can make it fit. Yeah, it'll fit fine. You just pipe weave and save one tile? Nah. Oh yeah, baby. Look at that. Okay, how much water does this need? 12,500. Woo! We also need room for a train station to, you know, bring it somewhere. We might just put it over here, honestly. Okay, I'm gonna not be so tall. Instead, I'm going to be that. Like the opposite of what I want to do in real life. Now, what would be interesting, monkey's paw, is would be uh you can't just use water out of the ground. You have to like clean it first. I'm just gonna start over. Oh, yeah, that's still plenty. Oh my gosh, I wish I could use my quick configuration hotkey. There we go. Hotkeys only work if you preheat your keyboard. True. What's a nice aesthetically pleasing place to put right there? Okay, now I need to actually, make this work. Yeah, that'll work. I could just grab the water from up here. Easy peasy. In which case, we actually want to move these. It's better to have them up here anyway. So we can just direct pump water into each of these. Well, there's no reason to do that. It would actually be less performant to do that than to just throw it all into a single segment. That should do it. Except I forgot to hook up the water. Actually, more cost efficient to just do that. Cool. That should do it, I think. Let's just test this. I don't have any electric pulse. Or lights. Thankfully, these are pretty easy to add. I don't know why that wasn't in my, blueprint. Will these connect if they're closer? Yes. Also, that was wrecking all of the washers, apparently. Check the water in the center between the rightmost two columns. It's not. Yep, that's why I test things. Chat is way more observant than I am. Chat can just see things, but I have to test things to see them. Chat has superpowers, in other words. All right, print stuff, please. Cool, it works. We are consuming 147 megawatts. Woo! Let's go building! There go all my construction bots. Wee! And we're still bottlenecked on gearboxes. These are bottlenecked on Nexalit? Antimony alloy? But I thought we were fine on that now. Huh. Oh, we're using it all for mechanic or for equipment chassis. That's what's happening. We could increase this production now because we have more antimony oxide. But this takes like every metal under the sun. Takes iron, nexalit, duralumin, copper, titanium, and nickel. And surely there's a way to cast this, right? No. The only way to make it. Interesting. Only one recipe for a thing in my Pyanodons? What is this nonsense? Okay, so how much landfill does this need? Oh, this doesn't support landfill. Cool! Okay, let's go help him out. Well, actually, I'm gonna go help him out by filling everything with landfill. Just all of it. Except I don't think we don't have enough landfill. That's incredible. So I actually can't do that. Get out of my house, please. Thank you. After all this time of making landfill, we don't have enough landfill to cover 2 whole blocks. I don't know, maybe we would, but I'm not gonna do it. Bots are still in a single speed? Yes, bots haven't invented a multi-speed transmission yet. Because they're stupid. Level of science? I'm on logistics science. We're almost out of logistics science researchers, though. But we're nowhere near making this next science pack. I mean, in terms of milestones, we're like a third of the way there, but in terms of actually making it, we're not even close. We have to rebuild this entire base in grids before we can even think about making that science pack. Okay, I need to give myself a platform so I'm not standing on rails. And how did we live without auto landfill in 2.0? We had a mod for that. True. What the heck just happened? My cursor just teleported to the edge of the screen. That was weird. Oh, I should have brought landfill though, because landfill is going to be the biggest time user, I think. What? It just happened again. It keeps happening. What the heck? Maybe it's the way I'm picking up my mouse. Huh. Okay, so suddenly the depots should clear out, right? That's why. Yes. Here we go. Oh, there's a hair on my sensor. That's what's happening. Thank you. Well, time to get the air duster. I'll be back. Not stand on a rail. I'm back. I decided while I was on a break to just take the time to get drinks as well. A drink. The ore on trains is purely for the starter base. I'm gonna try to avoid doing that in the real base. Okay, I am officially out of landfill. How many hundreds more hours to real base starts? This is real base. What I mean is, these ore trains are powering the starter base over here. These ore trains will get deleted once the starter base gets deleted. What I'm saying. Oh, I put him back in Jigsaw because I'm a doofus. I was like, oh, I don't have enough landfill, but I should be down here placing landfill so that the bots don't have to. Just a couple more hours, yeah. I was like, understanding a big project with 20 layers of abstraction and different threads in a single-threaded mode is causing me big cramps. Yeah, that is something crazy that they do. They just allow you to, like, the amount of abstraction in Osu is kind of insane. That's part of the reason why it's taken them 10 years to make it, or make Laser, I mean. Because they're making a whole game engine as well. Like an actual game engine, not just a bespoke engine like Factorio has. They're making an actual game engine that they're then writing Osu in. Kind of nutty. I'm just gonna grab all of it. Yeah, that's why I didn't look into it myself, because I looked at the code base. I'm like, yeah, this doesn't look like fun. So I decided I was just gonna ask the developers, and then I never did. Hey, Jigsaw, you know how you told me I should have more drone recharging stations? Yeah, you were right. Hosted the rhythm game? Yes. Oh, Simrock, please tell me that they just do it anyway, even though you're not supposed to. So please tell me they just call STL pull thread from other threads, even though you're not supposed to. They do? Oh my gosh. That's awesome. Or do they just do vsync on another thread? Either that, or they somehow manually detect when the v-blank interval is about to be satisfied, and then they up until that point, they just keep pulling events. So instead of just letting the system do it, they just implement vsync themselves. They run pump on every frame and then handling the full event stack in batches of 64. Pump, peep, peep, peep. Wait, but how does that help in low refresh rate scenarios, though? Because the whole problem is if you have like 60 hertz, then you have a minimum input precision of 16 milliseconds. Or how 16 minus however long your frame takes to run. Yeah, Jigsaw, you're right. But like the reason I didn't want to is because like it means I have to put like extra power poles in here, which kind of is annoying. But I should have done that because yeah, it is bottlenecking the bots really hard. Oh, what I could do is just put it in the middle. So I just have like a, I'm gonna experiment. Or I'll just do it in the sandbox. Just have like a little spiral here. Oh, that looks stupid. Like that. So then it looks kind of like a little flower on the map. And then we add more drone recharges here. Like that. That looks kind of silly. I like it. But these have a pretty high, well, it's only 50 kilowatts actually. It's the construction zone extenders that have a high usage, right? 350, 550, yeah, okay. There's no tier 2 drone recharges. Oh, really? Dang. Oh, okay. So yeah, I definitely need more. Okay, so what I can do is I can both do this and I can replace these with local radars. So that it's not constantly scanning. I do want the ones on the edges to scan, but only the ones on the edges. Oh, wait, I need to do this 4 times, though. So I need to do this in a blank block. Well, actually, I'll just keep these. There's no reason not to. Well, I don't know, Jigsaw. You tell me. I have no idea how this works. But they are using the drone recharging stations. Well, no, Jigsaw, the robots do try to spread themselves out now. More intelligently. So this should work? Question mark? I guess we'll see. If not, we can destroy it and try something else. But I don't feel like testing it, so. But no, specifically in 2.0, we made robots spread themselves out more evenly on robots, I'm pretty sure. As you'll notice that it's not any one particular drone recharger that's being overused. It's just I don't know, none of them are really being used right now. Oh, here's one. I don't know, maybe. Pretty sure it was the second Friday Facts we did after we announced Space Age, actually. Smarter robots. Oh. Better robot charging. When worker robots run low on energy, they need to find a nearby roboport to charge at, but they need to be a little smart about it. For instance, if they always chose the closest roboport, then you would get queues and traffic jams at some roboports while others are completely empty. For these smarts, we use quite simply heuristic, factoring not just how close the roboport is, but also how many other robots are currently charging there. Typically, this worked well enough, but every so often you can encounter a little inconvenient situation where they are still bunching up with some roboports while ignoring others that are just a little bit further. In some extreme cases, this can actually be quite a problem, as the robots waiting to charge still use energy for hovering, so lose more energy. In a positive feedback loop, where all the robots who join the queue will fall to 0 energy while they are waiting their turn. Generally, though, the main problem here is that the player looks at the robots and thinks, these robots are so dumb. Not the end of the world, but we can do better. Surprisingly, in this case, the issue can be helped a lot by just one improvement. When deciding which roboport to charge at, the robots crucially did not consider the current robots on the way to that roboport, only those already in the queue. It did not factor in how many free charging spots the roboport has open. By adding these two extra parameters, the distribution of robots improves a lot. Yeah, we specifically fixed that in 2.0. Well, apparently it doesn't work all the time. Hey, that one already used that recharger. Nice. Alright, never mind. Those were the ones that were already built in. Of course, the most useless one is the one I built first. Yeah, it's not completely like gonna spread itself out over 10 miles. It takes the distance into account as well. So, for instance, if you have like a stretch span that only has like one recharger or like one construction zone extender that bridges a huge gap, then of course they're all going to go to that one. But my hey, thanks for the 250 Dagger Chaos, appreciate you. These are close enough that I think it'll be fine. How big of a robot fleet? As big as necessary. It keeps getting bigger. I like to just have auto-expanding robot networks, and that generally leads to oversaturation of robots, but I don't really care. In fact, I kind of like that. Because it means when you have big spurts, it'll be a lot faster. I am living dangerously right now. Yes, these bots are very slow. That's why in 100 hours, when we get Worker Robot Speed 1, it's gonna feel so good. Sure that fast? Maybe. Probably not. Probably more like 150. Considering that I played like 20 hours in the last week, and or 24 hours in the last 2 days, and we've only done like two things. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. Part of the problem is we're building on a scale that much larger than I probably should be, but I mean, hey, future proofing. It doesn't seem like they get all the events to happen between frames. Interesting. So how do they get the timestamps for those events then? Because, 1 second. One second. But what the heck? So they're lying.
Welcome to us. Click the circles.
Because I was told that it was multi-threaded.
Circles.
It's like here you're in OSU, you have like the input thread running at 1,000 FPS, then you have draw, which is 360. But if we turn on VSync, then it goes down to. Wait, why is it running at 720 hertz? What? Why is what? Something's not right. These things should be 180. I don't know, but they theoretically have a dedicated input thread. I don't know. Spooky. So if input thread is main thread, then how do they avoid blocking on vblank? Or do they just not? That's really funny. That would actually explain some things, because I was playing laser on my laptop at 60 hertz, and even though you're not supposed to, well, actually that was just the display being slow. But like, even though you're not supposed to feel input lag, you do. Are you looking at it from the single-threaded runner type, or are you looking at it truly multi-threaded? This is where Blueprint Shotgun is going to be very, very handy. There are multiple comments in the code that people should not run it multi-threaded. In STL's code or OSU's code? Because multi-threaded is the default. OSU framework, what the heck? I'm glad you're looking into this. This seems extra cursed. What the heck? Well, maybe I'll still ask Peppy about it sometime. Be like, yo, how does this actually work? Because this seems really cursed. You know, so it was funny because Factorio, well, is a very single-threaded game a lot of the time, so you could just get big freezes. And on many Wayland compositors, that will, if you move your mouse too much while that's happening, the game will just close. And when I asked about that on the Wayland devs told me, well, why are you running your input and draw on the same thread? That's bad design. I'm like, dude, that's how most programs operate. Like, you can't just say that most programs on Earth should change, fundamentally refactor their main loop. Like, come on, dude. Eventually, they did make it so that the input buffer is a lot larger, and so that problem's like completely gone. But still, I thought that was interesting. Like, that says a lot. Like, that's a microcosm of the Wayland devs' attitude a lot of the time, is like, we don't want to handle problematic clients. I'm like, okay, well, problematic clients are the vast majority of the clients, so like, you gotta be flexible. Come on. You guys are making desktops. Like, the desktop needs to work with the programs that exist. To a certain extent. Okay, these robots are just not having a fun time, so I'm gonna stop using them. Or like and there's a good example of this. Wayland applications are not able to position themselves on the desktop, and I actually agree that that shouldn't be possible. Like that most programs shouldn't do that, because I freaking hate it when I run a Windows application and it decides which monitor to put itself on, like completely overriding any rules that I've set in my desktop environment. Because like I use Sway, so I can just tell Sway to put specific windows in specific places. But the majority of Windows games just don't let me do that. So I have to run them in GameScope so that they literally can't see any monitors, and so they won't try to position themselves. I would much rather have it so that the desktop environment / window manager is completely responsible for that. But on the other hand, you have programs that absolutely require this functionality that cannot work without it. For example, like KiCad has a bunch of multi-window stuff that they do. And KiCad just straight up does not work well on Wayland because it can't control the positioning of its windows. Also, IMGUI docking also doesn't work because it has no way to specifically position the window that you drag outside of your viewport. So like, you can't have the external windows on IMGUI docking. Stuff like that. So we need a solution, but the Wayland devs can't agree on how to do it. So it's just been a thing. Yeah, is that all of the landfill? No, not even close. Remember that one time in Factorio? Yeah, I honestly don't see a good solution to that problem, because I don't want Windows positioning themselves on my desktop. But some programs need this functionality, so like, how do you reconcile those two things? I don't know. How much mods per second? 20. Not that bad. It's only 20 mods per second. 17. So it's fine. Although, funnily enough, this thing is going to have to go around and then go down and then come in. Or no, and then, no, it's gonna have to go there, down, and then up this way to get there. That's instead of just going that way. Because of the way I made my stations. Oh, you're referring to the iOS version. That might not be what happens in other ones. I'd be very surprised. Because, yeah, multi-threaded running is the default in OC Laser. Okay, cool. Robots should no longer be worrying about landfill. Oh, except they still are, because I still have the other one. Other block. Yeah, these two blocks are the top priority for landfill because I hate this piecemeal approach. I want it to be concrete. All concrete. Arendelle is screwed, yeah. We're gonna intentionally gimp your species to make more interesting gameplay. I actually like robot attrition. I think it's neat for specific things. I don't want it in Pi, but like, I could see myself playing with it sometimes. Just, it's interesting. I don't understand the absolute loathing of robot attrition that a lot of people have. Like, dude, just automate robots. It's not that hard. In a similar vein, I've considered making a mod where assemblers will just randomly break and your bots have to fix them. In Pi, that would be absolutely horrible, and I would never want to play with that. But in a vanilla game or Space Age, I can see myself doing that. Because you get robots fairly easily, or fairly quickly there, so it's fairly easy to set up a way to fix that automatically. I think that's just an interesting thing. Fun mod? Oh, yeah. Does the fun mod do that? Oh, it's only the people who use robots like a lot for production lines? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, don't do that. Just play the game. You're playing the game wrong. Play it correctly. There we go. Randomly turns belts? Oh, that's awful, man. Remind me never to play fun mode. Okay, how many Tree Seed Mark IIs do we have? We got one! Woo! We just need 2 more. But we're not making trees. Oh. Planter boxes aren't automated. That's funny. Man, you really like Raga Smug, don't you? It's not even working for you, unfortunately. Stop! Undo. Working on your end, really? Why don't I see it then? I have some extension installed. Maybe it's not the right one. Ooh, there is a mod that downscales all the sprites. 8-bit. Textureless, retro pixel nostalgia. Oh yeah, it is working in my chat overlay. I just don't see it in my stream manager. That's weird. It just shows the words instead of the emote. It's a great emote. There's a reason it's my profile picture. Well, thank you for advertising my stream, Jigsaw. Appreciate you. Hey, we're making some CO2. Nice. Okay, so while this is building, we can probably start working on the next setup, which is probably going to be fiber, so that we can use fiber for the antimony setup here. And for vehicle fuel as well, actually. Although we can probably just make fiber here. I don't know. So, as a recap of my strategy here, you turn logs into wood, and then wood into raw fiber and fiber, and then you turn raw fiber into fiber here. Raw fiber is actually a better fuel than fiber. Well, no, it's not. But it has more fuel density because you get 8 raw fiber. This recipe here. This recipe turns 10 raw fiber into 5 fiber, which means you're losing fuel value. But I've decided that that is a worthy sacrifice so that... Yes, it's working, Jigsaw. That's interesting. I decided that's a worthy sacrifice for the improved logistics because raw fiber is not really used in all that much stuff. And then we can use fiber as a fuel for everything else. We can also make raw fiber out of key calcs really, really, really slowly. Speaking of stuff, my wood setup is borked. What's going on here? Well, wood's not borked. I'm just using a lot of it. Or no, I am. My wood setup is borked because I'm making trees. Yeah. trees are out of planter boxes. That's why I came back to base. Fortunately, this is a problem I can solve with robots. Oh, I don't have even distribution. Heh. Okay, cool. Trees don't expire, right? No. No. Okay, so it seems like another thing we're gonna have to train in is wood. So let's do that. I love my rivers of black here. I'm gonna write a mod that lets me toggle trash unrequested from down here. And logistic requests, actually. Wow, that actually works super well, yeah. And the engineer is a tile paving machine. One wonders why I made this gap so large instead of making it as small as possible. Who knows? Not me. These are not stacked, right? No. Where am I going? Jeez, I'm just walking. I'm not even thinking. I'm just walking. I was going in the right direction. Frick. Losing my mind. All right, cool. That should be hooked up now. As soon as the new base is built. Oh. Then it should work. Of course, it's another inserter throughput problem. So is this one, apparently. Oh no, that one was a mixture of both. It's because we weren't outputting any stuff. Yeah, makes sense. We didn't have any planter boxes, so it wasn't able to make any more. Yeah. We aren't making fastwood forestries. Not making. Well, yeah, the epilepsy warning is just true for Factorio in general. Like this is real bad. Thankfully, I just merged a pull request today that fixes that for 2.1. Finally. It's been bothering me for years. I should have done it way earlier. Ah! I don't have any crafting materials, and I don't have any decider combinators on me. Excuse me. Yeah, requester chests are wild, but logistic bots are so useful because I found myself constantly running out of inventory space because I would just have so much junk. Logistic bots, even without logistic system, were so good. Because I can suddenly just trash them requested and go into my little cocoon area over here and just blasts. Just blasts my inventory clean. Sandblasts it. Cool, I don't have any combinators automated, do I? Epilepsy warning. Why do we suddenly have no iron? Oh, we have plenty of iron. Huh. I don't know, you need so much stuff in Pi, I don't know if the auto mall is worth it. Or actually, no, that's backwards. Auto mall might be worth it because of that. But I don't want to bother with an auto mall. I promise this mall fuel will be worth it. Trust me. Our battery production is a little bit sad. Yeah, big buffer warehouse is actually a good idea. But I can't until logistics science. So no, if I could start over, I would actually use AAI containers instead of the Pyanodons ones, because Pyanodons ones are kind of ugly, not gonna lie. I love the look of the AAI containers. They're so pretty. True. Very true. Big truth. Also, is the when I read trains, is the video still super choppy? Because when I was watching the stream yesterday, the video looked really choppy, and I don't really know why. Oh, I happen to have one in my inventory. Wow. Okay. Yeah, but I'm talking about the frame pacing, not the pixelation. And this should self-balance because we're completely saturated with heavy oil in this system. But this should keep throwing steam overboard into the power generation. Just causing our power generation to look a little silly. But so this should continue to consume heavy oil until heavy oil stops being pumped in, at which point this will slowly drain out, and then these will stop being full, and then we should be good. The steam engines run at different loads. Well, the even distribution of fluid isn't perfect. So they won't quite all consume at exactly the same rate. It still has update order dependence. It's just a lot harder to tell. No, this is designed so that if every single one of these is full, then these can consume enough to keep up. I did the math. Because these can consume like 1.2 gigawatts of fuel. And this can produce 1.2 gigawatts of electricity. Or 1.68, I guess. But like, or 1.2 when the fluid is all correct. That will happen if all of these are completely filled. And then these are all oscillating. Oh, hey, look, it stopped pumping heavy oil. Nice. So now it's consuming all the BTX. I'm just doing this purely because I'm trying to avoid voiding because I regret not playing Pi hard mode. So I kind of want to have hard mode at home. And this is a way to do that. I wonder why it's not using that station. That train very much. Woo, we got a turret upgrade for something we haven't even made yet. We got so many upgrades to choose from. Choose from. I've been putting off all of these upgrades because they're hard. Okay, so the ones we need to decide on soon is moss, seaweed, and archods. Or no, not archods. Archods are bees. So we don't even need to do those yet. Just fish, moss, and seaweed, basically. Okay, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back. And you'll get to witness just how often it shows trains going back to the depot and not doing anything useful. Man, that bit rate, it really does get all shot once I go through nighttime. The AMD H.264 encoders are so bad, dude. I might try switching back to CPU encoding, to be honest, because it's unironically better. It would legitimately be better for me to have my Intel N150 server do the video encoding than it would for my AMD 6800 XT. Hey, Mahalik. Yes, I got many train. Many yes good. Yes, good train, many awesome. Yes, I forgot construction zone extenders again. Brilliant. Oh, I just freaking had a heart attack when I heard that honk noise. Yeah, I can't figure out how to use H.265 though. Like even if I could on Twitch, like the only options I have are for H.264 encoding in OBS. I don't see any other options. Okay, so it's a word, right? Good thing I happen to have some offshore pumps because I certainly don't have the crafting materials for them. Oh, licensing. Oh, right. That's why AV1 exists, because all the other better codecs are all proprietary. Forgot about that. Freaking stupid proprietary garbage. Same thing with HDMI. Like, unironically, screw HDMI and everybody who is on the HDMI forum. Like, I actually wish them ill health because they have caused me so much pain. Wish I could give my COVID to them. Why are you hanging around the HDMI forum? I'm not hanging around them. I'm just suffering from the consequences of their decisions to make HDMI 2.1 proprietary, meaning that even though all of my hardware is 2.1 compatible, I can't use it. So I just have this 4K 120 HDR capable TV, and I just can't run it at that resolution and frame rate because the HDMI forum are a bunch of dipshits. And tell I'm a little angry about this. Yes, lucky for all of us, Factorio was capped at 60. It's the protocol that they use to transmit data over the cable that is proprietary. Okay, well that did absolutely nothing. All right, unless you tab out and then it goes down to a lot. Which is also a thing that is fixed in 2.1 on certain compositors. The problem with AV1 is AV1's actually really hard to transcode live, like with hardware acceleration, because they made a trade-off where they made encoding super difficult at the cost or at the exchange of really easy decoding. So AV1 hardware encoders apparently are kind of trashy right now because they're really hard to make. But yeah, DisplayPort is open source. It's it's VESA, it's part of VESA, and it has better specs, and it supports every feature that HDMI does, but everyone uses HDMI anyway because they're stupid. Or more like because it's a cartel. It's okay, Toxic Borscht. You can just listen to old man yells at HDMI forum. Except I'm not old. I feel old sometimes, though. Hey, maybe in 40 years, the patent will lapse, and then we can finally have 4K 120 hertz TVs work on Linux. The thing that makes me pissed off so much about it is, like, AMD has a kernel patch that makes it work. Like, I could just have it, plug it in, all my stuff would work, it would be fantastic. But because of stupid freaking licensing restrictions, HDMI forum wouldn't let them submit that patch to the Linux kernel. So it's just impossible to implement HDMI 2.1 on Linux without making a proprietary driver, which is what NVIDIA does. But I refuse to buy NVIDIA, so I have to just hope that Intel comes up with some awesome way to get around this. Or that Valve, because Valve's having the same problem with the Steam Machine. The Steam Machine has HDMI 2.1 hardware, but it's locked to 2.0 because they can't, it runs on Linux. They can't use 2.1. So now Valve is also mad at the HDMI forum about this. So AMD is mad, Valve is mad, and Intel is not as mad, but still a little mad. So hopefully maybe the pressure to make it open source will eventually be enough. Make your own HDMI with blackjack and hookers. That's what DisplayPort is. DisplayPort is literally a better standard. Except there is one thing. From what I understand, HDMI is a simpler thing to implement because you have dedicated lanes for like RG and BE, for example. Whereas DisplayPort, it actually works with packets. So DisplayPort's more like a network protocol than it is a raw video protocol. So, DisplayPort is actually harder to implement on a hardware and driver level than HDMI is. That's the only thing HDMI has going for it, is that it's easier to implement, assuming the licensing garbage lets you implement it. Yes, DisplayPort supports copy protection. That's not an argument. HDMI is not proprietary, or HDMI 2.1 is not proprietary because of HDCP, because HDMI 2.0 was open source, and it also had HDCP. Works just fine. It's just because the HDMI forum are a bunch of greedy... They just want money. That's the whole thing. We can't have good working technology because of sheer greed. Idiocy. Anyway, I'm going to stop complaining now. As you can tell, I have a bit of a bone to pick with the HDMI forum. Let's just leave it at that. Right, but then if you buy the spec and then you implement it open source, then you get sued because you are revealing trade secrets. Right, it's like reverse engineering is legal. That doesn't stop Nintendo. Granted, the Yuzu emulator was making really stupid mistakes, but Ryujinx was not. And Ryujinx got caught in the crossfire because Nintendo said, we're going to ban all emulators. But Yuzu was very blatantly using Nintendo proprietary materials in their emulator and to develop it. They were straight up sharing, like, NN API documentation, which you can only get if you're an official Nintendo developer. So they were breaking the law there. But Ryujinx was not, to my knowledge. Reverse engineering is legal as long as you can prove that you didn't get access to any copyrighted material during your reverse engineering process, which is really difficult to do. Hey, we got enough seeds. Cool. Let's go make trees Mark II. We're gonna make... If tree is so good, then why haven't they made tree 2? Oh, wait. We're making it right now. Wasn't it 11 pumps? I don't remember. This is only... Oh, it split it up. Yeah, you're right. It split it in half because one has a temperature and one doesn't. Is that something that Simon's does better? No. Still splits it. Better wood than wood. If wood is so good, why haven't they made wood too? Oh, there's for 1 tree per minute. Can you super force print pumps through landfill? You can't drag build them. Yeah, I know, Jigsaw. Oh, geez, we're gonna actually need some infrastructure for this. We're gonna need to make more muddy sludge as well. Well, are we throwing away muddy sludge anywhere? We can pipe it down here, right? Yes. Just right here, in fact. Yeah, I am in a logistic network, yeah. Hey, look at this giant open space. This is very convenient. Okay, I am gonna design it here in Ghosts so that I can make sure that it fits. Shouldn't be too bad though. Except that I can't see anything. And the bots are gonna build it. So when we demolish the starter base and we need a place to build things, well, I'll just use the sandbox, honestly. I've gotten so used to the sandbox now that like I don't want to get rid of it anymore. The sandbox is nice. I have been converted, I think. Like, can I build without the sandbox? Yeah. But like it's pretty nice. Wait. Yeah, that's better. I forgot the modules. Isolation none setting next? No. I don't care about the alerts. I don't want my achievements and production statistics to get screwed up. You'll never convince me on that. Yeah, this is just gonna be ugly no matter what I do. Good night, Simrock. Good night. Cool. Setup is complete. And there's no reason to ever upgrade this to modules Mark II because, well, never be needed. Oh, we completely filled up on Sap Tree Mark II. That's awesome. Yes, it would be. Once the wood block is online, maybe I'll move it over there. Well, also once we have planter boxes. Oh, ground samples are actually super easy to make. Just rich clay and soil, that's not bad. It is a little park, yeah. Wait. No, I did the math. We're good. Yes, I did the math. We have enough. Where the frick are my construction bots? There they are. Okay, this is all built now. We just need more things. You should go to a different muddy sludge drop, actually. Like this one. Oh, except, yeah, never mind. Yeah, we just need to remove this station, pretty much. Station can't exist. There we go. No, that's what I just fixed, Jigsaw. If the tree seedling spoils, then it'll throw back into here. But this is a 1-to-1 ratio, so it'll be fine. That's what I just fixed. Like right before you sent that message. The tree seeds don't spoil, and the trees don't spoil. It's just the tree seedling that spoils. Yay! See, if we hadn't had isolation mode turned on, then we would have gotten this several hours too early. Actually, I'm just gonna leave that uncapped. I just want to make as many as I can. Same with rocks, actually. Just keep making them. When did this happen? Good thing we've had the supplement coal patch this whole time. Oh, there was a flaw in my design. Wow, this native flora has been on here for a very long time. Why do I have moondrop seeds? Oh, I only have a few. They're just stragglers. Oh gosh, I haven't really used LibreOffice all that much. I've been trying to use just LaTeX. I used LaTeX in college, and I'm trying to learn Typest, which is like a new rusty version of it, which I actually really like. It's really wicked fast, and it seems just better designed than LaTeX in pretty much every way. It's pretty nice. Like, LaTeX is really convoluted, but Typest is just works. Like, here's a I converted one of my physics equations to Typest. Pretty nice, but it's nice because you just Typest compile your thing and it just does it. Like no other things, and it has a module system, so you could just require modules in your Typest file and it'll automatically work, and you don't have to install any other garbage. It's so good. I'm really hyped for it. Oh, interesting. This is yeah, you don't always get a product. Sometimes you just get nothing. We are failing to synthesize a Moondrop Mark II. Okay, are there any other Mark II things that we haven't done yet? Fish Mark II and Seaweed Mark II. But we haven't made molybdenum trioxide because we haven't even mined molybdenum yet. So we can't even use that. We have sap, we have moondrop, we have tree. So we just need seed. We just need fish, pretty much. Oh gosh, are these filtration media? Wow. We'll do Fish Mark II later. No, we'll do it now. Don't be lazy. You want to go on a small rant about ChatGPT? Feel free. ChatGPT is evil. I will gladly listen to a rant about ChatGPT. Riddle me this. How to get Fish Eggs Mark II? You need Fish Mark II to get Fish Eggs Mark II. Where's the Fish Mark II alternate recipe? Here it is. Here we are. We don't have fish food. Gives you the answer in Ukrainian? Jeez. Yeah. Is it worth it? Is Fish Mark Chew worth it? Probably. But fish food seems interesting. I mean, we could just add fish food to the... there's nothing we don't have, so let's do it. The only problematic thing is plastic, but that's fine. This can just run super slow. We have everything we need up here. On the sushi belt. Right here. And of course, I didn't make this frickin' expandable whatsoever. Because why would I have done that? Wait, we're making methanol somewhere. Where are we making methanol? Never mind. That Altman is gonna race his kid with chat cheeks. Frickin', I feel sorry for that kid. What was this belt for? Oh. I know now. I mixed up the belts. There we go. Or can this? No, it's just biocred. Okay, now we just need to get steam down here, which shouldn't be too bad. We have steam somewhere, right? That's water. That's this. Oh, we also need to fix all the pipes. Oh, we already have steam. It's just right here. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. The fact that I don't have automated factories in my inventory is cringe. Incredibly cringe. Where the heck is my construction bot? Oh, there isn't one. I thought that that was the other color of teal. My bad. Yeah, there is no logistics down here. Oh gosh, there's actually a lot more to this that we need. We need native flora and seaweed, which is easy. Hopefully. We can just grab them from here. Totally intentional, by the way, my placement of all these things. Please believe me. Thank you. Can this dump biocrud? Yes, it can. Okay, so now we need fish and fowogai and plastic. I don't think fish are on the bus at all. I think the fish are self-contained, right? Yeah. Well, robot time. I am too lazy to run belts for this, so robots. You're just heckin' slow. That's your only problem. Yeah, it's being built out slowly. The food. Food. You have much longer to go, so 20. Okay, so the fish food should allow us to bootstrap fish mark 2. Just need fish. I need a bunch of stuff. Fish food spoil. No, that's surprising. Yeah, this should probably be fine. I don't feel like making more than one. Okay, so this should start working pretty soon. The army has arrived. Then I actually do, if we manage to make any fish Mark II, I want to use it in the creation of faster fish Mark IIs. So I will actually ghost request these. What? What? Huh? What? Why? Also, the fact that these don't show as upgrades is a little annoying, but I know the technical reasons why. It's really annoying to... Well, it's not really annoying. It's technically really challenging to make that work. Okay, where's our nearest source of phytoplankton? Here. Nice thing about niobium pipes is you can just go through the middle of stuff and it almost always just works. Especially with my really freaking awesome pipe dragging code, which works way better than smart belt dragging. I mean, what? No, I'm gonna put the inserters and chests on the same, except I can't. But I'll mostly be doing belts and inserts, so that was the wrong choice, but whatever. Well, that's funny. Not that. Okay, what's wrong this time? Break. Condensates. Tailings. Oh. Okay, well, yeah. Doi. It went to the loading station because there's nothing to prevent it from doing that. Yeah, that's funny. I love that. So we're gonna have to check every single brain. That's fun. Yeah, never do that again, by the way. Da frick! Get back here! Okay, now we need to search for every fluid wagon in existence and try to find the one that is borked. Wish I could see these. Here we are? No, that's correct. Thank goodness for factory search, by the way. What are you? Oh, you are Muddy Sludge. Okay. I thought there was another one somewhere. Yeah, Ryan Brown did give up. That was a little sad. Okay, well, I guess it's done for now. Why do we have no fluid trains? Spooks? It's a sketch. Been a pie life for 200 hours. Yeah. Like, Josh could make like 12 videos on Pi. But, like, that would be horrible for his channel. I would watch them all too, but the average person wouldn't. I don't know, maybe when he runs out of every single other Factorio overhaul mod, he will make a Pi series. Oh, we need to bootstrap this. We need to pull it up by its bootstraps. Yeah, we don't got wood, so we can't make tree seedlings. But that's fine. We don't want to make any until we get modules anyway. Hey, I love his C-block videos. I watch those all the time. Yeah, I fall asleep to Dosh a lot, actually. Dosh is perfect sleep therapy video. But no, every single time Dosh releases a Factorio video, it is a popcorn and big screen thing for me. I literally like will go cook popcorn and watch it as like I'm watching a movie. I love his videos. I know a lot of people will watch Martin Sidopants though because he does a lot of Zoomer humor. Dosh doesn't really do that. In fact, Dosh is mostly just explaining what he's doing. I don't know why, but Dosh is just so freaking entertaining, even though his videos shouldn't be entertaining on paper. It's really interesting. Yeah, Martin keeps his viewership entertained by making a trillion jokes, most of which aren't funny. But Dosh doesn't really do that. And Dosh makes jokes, but they're all deadpan humor, and if you don't like deadpan humor, you're not gonna like Dosh. It's really dry, sarcastic humor, yeah. And that just doesn't vibe with some people. And if it doesn't vibe with you, then you're not gonna like his videos. Wait, we're full on tailings? What? What happened to my infinite sink of tailings? I don't believe you. What is going on here? Oh, this is the other train. Interrupts are fine with no problems whatsoever. Well, that's not Interrupt's fault. That's my fault. Yeah. The new Satisfactory tourists were like, this guy hates this game, but no, Josh actually really liked it. It's just hard to tell if you don't know him very well. Okay, I have to do a test real quick of some train logic. I should just build like a test blueprint scaffolding. I'm probably gonna want to do this more than once. Let's do that. Did I name those that way, or did I name them the other way? Yeah, okay. You know, that's actually something that bothers me. I made my interrupts with the item in front, but I made everything else with the item... No, actually, I do want it like this, because then all of the special things are at the top. Yeah, that's fine. We're going to keep it like this. But it does kind of bother me that these are backwards from everything else, but these are nice to have up here because then I can see them immediately without having to scroll and find them. Whereas if I were to flip these around, then suddenly these would all be at the top. I guess I could rename them to unload, and that would solve it. I might do that still. We'll see. But renaming stations is really problematic sometimes, so I don't know. Does it work with the icons? Yes, but you have to use the internal name. So like if I type muddy sludge with a space, it doesn't work. But if I type muddy dash sludge, then it works fine. In fact, it'll only show the stations, which I think is kind of funny. We should fix that, but doing that is also very technically challenging, so that's why we haven't done it. Maybe someday. Now, flickering is evil, and it's fixed for 2.1. Unfortunately, the fix was too invasive to put it in 2.0. At least for now. Maybe if enough people complain. So why is this one never being used? That's so bizarre. This one should be getting used more because it's closer. Huh. I don't know, man. Oh, there it goes. Maybe it's just a coincidence.
Hello there.
Hello, Undo Theory. How you doing? Any severe API breaking changes in 2.1? No comment. Had a bad day last night, but hopefully better soon. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that today is better. Okay. So, now I need some trains. Oh, these don't have sleepy time in the blueprint. It's fascinating. Okay, I promise this will all be worth it. This will all make sense soon. I just had to do a lot of bootstrap work here for this test here. I'm gonna have a scar on my leg if it heals. Oh, attacked by a dog. I am sorry. It's no fun. It's really the antithesis of fun, actually. Like, really anti-fun. Okie dokie. So now, what I want to test is the following. I would like to see if we have two stops that are both loading the same fluid. But one has a higher priority than the other. Then we make a water drop station. Which one will it take? Well, both of them, because there's no train limit. I need more depots. More trains! Okay, so the point of this is to test whether the station priority takes effect for departing trains as well as arriving trains. Yes, it appears to be the case. Awesome, that's exactly what I want. Yeah, so now suddenly if I lower the priority of this guy, then it'll start pulling from the other station instead. Yep, okay, cool. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Get out of here. Like, I can probably destroy all of this. I don't need this anymore. Get out of here. Cool. We're out of steam? What? What's going on? Is there a break in the pipe? If only I could... Oh. What the frick? Has that always been rotated? Somebody trolling me? Yeah, I see. This produces steam. Do I have fun mode turned on by accident? Why is this even here anyway? Do I need it for extent? No. Weird. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're actually bottlenecked by fish here. I do want this to be constantly running. Can't believe you've done this. Okay, I need to take a break to make lunch. Well, more like dinner. I'm heckin' hungry. My stomach is rumbly. Rumbling my tum-tum. Oh, frick, why do you have no water? Okay, but the point of that being that we can actually lower the priority of this to like 30. And so it'll only take from here if there's no other sources of muddy sludge available. That was the whole point of that whole test that I did. I just wanted to make sure I understood station priority correctly because I've never used it before. Okay, I will be back. Probably 5 to 10 minutes. I have returned with sustenance. A fresh-made tuna sandwich. And that's it. I don't have any of the other things I usually put in this meal because I've been sick, so I didn't buy any more fruit. Yeah, you guys notice how like 90% of the time it's showing trains going to the depot? So I might fork Train Saver and make some adjustments to let it skip trains that are going to the depot so it could show actually interesting stuff. Oh, hey, this one turned around. Nice. Can you make strategies to do that? No Twitch. Yeah, it's possible. I don't want to though. Bread and tuna, nothing else, indeed. I usually have this meal with like a banana or an apple or something. But I don't have any of those today. So just bread and tuna. No, Jigsaw, I'm sorry. I'm not doing any Twitch chat integration. The closest thing you'll get is you can ask me to draw stuff on the map. Later. Okay. What are we working on? We're waiting for fishies. Oh, I need to unlatency my audio quick. I can't believe that this works. That's so dumb. What outside APIs? None. But what you can do is use Archon, RCON, to inject stuff into the game. The game, you can't do anything externally from the game outside very much. Like, you can't run mod code to do stuff outside except for saving files to a script output directory. But you can use Archon to do whatever you want, basically, in the game, based on external stuff. Yeah, exactly, Sleepy. So you can do stuff. I'm just saying that the Factorio mod itself can't do stuff. You have to have an external program running. No, mods cannot read from the script output directory. Okay. What's next? We got wood. We got muddy sludge. We fixed the carriage and processing. So ideally, this should never, ever, ever back up. Oh my god! Thank you for the follow, BlackDick90. Appreciate you. Iron oxide. We're just currently training it, but what can we actually use this for? Oh, we need it for... Or we don't need it for, but we can make iron slime with it. So how about we bring it back to the starter base for now? And then we can shove it... Well, we'll do it elsewhere. We'll do it down here. And then we can throw it into iron processing until we get the iron processing set up in the new base. Speaking of which, oh no, next thing is fiber. Because we need fuel for the ore processes. How many trains do you have active? Well, I have 134 trains. I'm surprised that. Wait, did tape line screw up my reach distance? No. No, it just let me do that. I don't know why. Why are my construction bots taking so long? Oh, because they're all chilling down here, maybe. No, they can't be chilling down here. There's nowhere for them to go. Oh, this is another case where I thought that this was... I thought that that was highlighted the other color, but it's not. Oh my gosh, I can't really tell the difference. Is there a utility constant I can change for that? Aha. Okay, so I can change it. Maybe I'll change it to be something more obvious. Cringe, I just manually crafted something. Imagine. Yeah, I love the shit is the brand of audio DAC that I have, and it's the brand, the product name is Fulla, so it says I'm full of shit in the Audio interface, it's really funny. They have a good sense of humor. Why does Pi have so many different storage tanks? All right, cool. Fixed. I'm not super certain how I want to deal with the decay yet, but we will at least go set up something. Whether or not it'll be a good solution, we'll see, but... Why am I not researching anything? What happened? No! 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 BioCrud backed up. Well, this is more urgent than stuff, so. I don't care, Jigsaw. We're doing it anyway. Which means that I will have no idea what new things I've unlocked when I have to build new things in 100 hours. What? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, okay? Where am... What? Where... it's down. It's further down. Yeah, it's down there. Okay, so BioCrud completely backed up. Where is it? No, it didn't back up. I just made a stupid design. I heard her, this'll work fine. Cool. Fixed. Yeah, in hindsight, researching this whole time was not a great idea. So I will not do that next time. Yeah, you're totally right. But now I'm now I'm very committed. Yes, how much are you gonna stockpile in here? Oh, I know why that's happening. Because it's a loader. Well, that's annoying. No, my tree seeds. Give them back. Stop. Ah. Whatever. Not like they're a scarce thing anymore. What is scarce now is the frickin' trees. Guess I'll just keep them in there. No reason to not. Imagine the chibi engineer trying to chase bots, jumping and failing to take away the items. Oh, that's cute. Hooray. Well, we would like a decider combinator, please. This one's not off to a great start. This photographic arts. That was a little strange. Archon an official standard? I have no idea. I don't know, Jigsaw. Maybe? Oh, get out of here. We're bottlenecked on the botanical nursery, not this. Okay. Fiber. So we have how much wood output? I don't know how much fiber we're gonna need. So let's just satisfy this guy for now. 22 per second. And we have 27 logs per second to work with. Yeah, all these are saved in that mega blueprint. Yeah. Okay, that's the ratio there. And that takes exactly 1 log per second. So that's freaking awesome. This should be enough to satisfy the thing, and it'll take about half of our log production. I think is fine. Out of curiosity, what will this look like if we use raw fiber instead? 30. Okay. And to make 30 raw fiber, we remove this guy. How much does this make? 40. So we could save wood as well. This takes about 2 per second less logs, fewer logs than going to the raw fiber or going to the other fiber, but I still think it's worth it to do it the other way. Because then we can just use the fiber everywhere. And we don't have to worry about balancing it. Okay, let's not forget to that. Okay, so now we need to make a setup for this. This is gonna be a... Oh, hold on, I'm doing the same thing again. Copy first, paste, now design. Part of me is tempted. No, we need to save inserter UPS. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not a huge fan of this part of the holographic arts. I might... Yeah, unset favorite. I don't know, that last half, the first half was fine. The last half wasn't vibing with me. I don't like the songs that are just like tunes with people talking over them. It's not my jam. Oh, see, now this one's already off to a great start. All right, cool. So now we have biomass out and fiber out. And then we just need wood in, which is 1 log per second. Down here. I wonder, does using the really slow inserter actually hurt UPS? Because it's active for longer. We should probably use the fast inserter always, so it has less time to swing. Therefore, less UPS usage, right? Am I going crazy? Yes, this is fiber. Now to make all legendary inserters? Unfortunately. There we go. This active time is generally better. Okay, well, time to use fast inserters everywhere. I don't know, maybe I'll ask some... You know what, I'm gonna ask right now on Technical Factorio. Haven't used this Discord server in a very long time. Oh gosh, we're producing so much biomass with this. Yeah, the raw fiber to fiber, it wastes a lot because it creates biomass. Perhaps Jigsaw. I don't know. I think I could drive myself crazy trying to do that math. Solar is free. Unfortunately, solar is also 300 or 400 hours off. Okay. I'm just right now on theory crafting in my head whether I want to actually do this or not, because that's a lot of biomass to handle. And we're throwing away a ton of the fuel value into biomass. Let's recalculate again how much we're losing by doing this. So it's 10 times 8 megajoules, that's 80 megajoules. And you're turning it, 10 times 6 is 60. Turning it into 5 times 8 is 40. You're losing a third of your fuel value in useful stuff, I mean. Well, Jigsaw, that's fine, because then I'll be at 80% of the game, where the UPS usage will be a lot higher. Have you seen RAM prices? I can't get a new PC. Does Pi hard mode allow you to void biomass with composting? We could turn biomass into carbon dioxide, which is kind of pointless because we can print carbon dioxide from nothing, but that's a good way to get rid of it. Let's see, how much are we gonna have for this whole thing? Because we need 88, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 copies of this guy. I could save some space in between those. In fact, I will. Okay, so the total biomass output is 43 biomass per second. I could just burn the biomass, but that's kind of like doing this thing I'm trying to avoid, which is to use fiber for all fuels. So like, but also using fiber for all fuels might not be totally doable. No, it's interesting because we're making 32 raw fiber, and if I recall correctly, the usage of this when I tried raw fiber was around 32, right? About 30. So for the space that we're using to and the materials, we're getting about the same amount of effective, useful product with both methods, except that this one's producing way more biomass. So yeah, we're gonna go with fiber. Now we just need to decide what we're gonna do with the biomass. But we will decide that after we build this. That's code for I don't want to think about it right now. I could turn the biomass into ash, yes. First shotgun is very good, yes. Okay, it's time to test if this is gonna help. I think it is.
Moisturize me, moisturize me.
Why? 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 I mean, it is helping, but they're still getting bunched up, which is weird. Yeah, they're all going to the ones in the arms and not to these ones. I guess they're too far away. Huh. That's weird. Yeah, the functionality, like the reason I like Blueprint Shotgun so much is because of the animations, honestly. It's one of the prettiest Factorio mods I've ever seen. Anyway, I need to be busy designing the inputs and outputs from this. The reason I shoved it in this exact spot was, one, to not block the regolith rock, and two, so that I can plug it into the existing stations. Yes. I've seen Go Green's video. It is officially time to start production. Yes, I am. Well, I didn't know I was top comment, but that's cool. Hey, one sec, I'm turning on my lights. Oh, that was the wrong light, but actually, I'm not mad. Huh. That works. You're hitting on me with this stream title? Only if you want me to. Okay, so we're probably gonna get a lot of decay going on here. But that's actually fine, because these will just decay back into tree seeds, so it won't actually have a net wood use, it'll only have a net other things use. So what I mean is that this should be fine. Hopefully. Exactly. Okay, so now I need to find a way to deal with all the biomass. How much biomass do we have? 43.2. And that's not on stacked belts, so it'll be 3 belts worth of biomass. Which means we need to... We'd have 2 biomass trains, along with 1 fiber train. Operator 3's 4-spot loader. That's a train stop. Oh, Hotbar 3. That's a valve. Yeah, one-way valve. Not to be confused with the overflow valve and the top-up valve. Oh, heck. These are all going to have to be backwards. Man, I'm so sick of this landfill not being continuous. Yeah, this is a... Pi does have its own valves, but I'm not using those. I'm actually using a different valves mod. Frick. How did I not consider that? Well, time to destroy the bottom one. No, the base game doesn't really need them. You only need to do like 2 different pumps in the entire game. You don't even need pumps, actually. You can beat the entire game without pumps. Because for cracking, you can just enable and disable the assemblers. And that works just as well, if not better. Okay, just to save my own sanity. Never mind. But I kind of want to landfill this entire lake. Just because it's driving me insane. Okay, so we need at least one thing there. But I don't know if I have enough landfill to do the whole lake is the problem. I don't have that much landfill. Kind of struggling to make it. What's happening now? Is tailings drop actually full now? It is. Muddy sludge backed up. Incredible. The moss should have a consumption now. Yeah, there we go. That should clear out soon. But can this consume enough muddy sludge to keep up with this? Yes. No, instead of doing a weird 3 thing, I'm just gonna do a 4 thing. Because I already have 2 things anyway. I realized I just said thing like 6 times in a row. Hey, thank you for the anon for the tier 1. Appreciate ya. Very kind. Oh, I was right the first time. Wow, Dogga Chaos, thank you for the 5 gifted. That's nutty. Thank you so much. Why? Just gotta ask. Why? I appreciate you, but like, why? I'm just kidding. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. And that's certified. That's the certified best way to say thank you for his 5 gifted subs is to say, "Why would you do that?" just, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Lazy bots don't want to build nothing because there ain't no construction zone in the middle. There we go. But I also need eclectricity over here. Hello, I have a squeak through. There we go. What? I'm getting pushed too fast by the belt? That's funny. Okay, you get filled in, because I say so. I can see! It's beautiful! Oh, hey, look, wood. We got wood. We got wood, boys! You dodged all 6 subs. If anyone deserves a sub, it's you. You're here every stream, pretty much, unless I'm streaming when you're asleep. I mean, nope, you don't deserve a sub because you're not here when you're sleeping. Come on, Jigsaw. You just gotta psychically interpret when I'm gonna stream and turn on your phone and in the middle of the night, keep me on. I do not have the pro speedrunner strats mastered yet. Okay, that didn't end up wasting. That didn't end up saving any time. I also skipped one. 1, 2, 3. Excuse me. One, two, three, four. Wow, I collected all the level 1 emotes. I am so happy. Whatever shall I do with all these emotes? So many emotes, I don't even know what to do with myself. Okay, that should work. It's taking these robots so long. I might need to concede and add more rechargers to the rails, not just in the intersections. If that's even the bottleneck, which it looks like it might be. Seriously, they're not even using them. They're all using this one. That's so weird. We supposedly fixed this. Yeah, you told me. You were right. I do think it is better, though. Because, like, these are building quite rapidly once they get here. That just takes them 10 years to get here. Also, rip. So many. Yeah, part of the problem with the robots is the one who actually rewrote the robots left the company. And none of us really understood the code. Like, he left the company before we even announced Space Age. There wasn't any drama, he just went somewhere else. Time for another bot rewrite, or let's just revert it back to how it was in 1.1. Because nobody Well, no. Lots of people complained, and that's why we tried to rewrite them. Yes, I work for Woob. The issue with bots, they don't perfectly evenly spread themselves out among roboports. It's a best effort. Like, the problem with heuristics is that you can make them perfect, but that'll destroy performance. So you have to find a good compromise. C++ isn't all that bad, honestly. Especially Factorio C++ is not very awful. Sometimes, though, I'm like, why is this language so stupid? Woo! We, like, doubled our log production. Wait, why are you going that way? You should be able to go... Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. You can go straight, but not right. Huh, okay. Whatever. You didn't realize that? Oh, that's okay. I haven't really explicitly said it all that much. I just assume that people know. Yes, I work for Woobo. I've been working there for 2.5 years. I'm the newest developer. Well, no, actually, that's not true anymore. I'm the second newest developer. Third newest. Never mind. I'm not the greenie anymore. Well, main things to develop. I'm the primary one in charge of Linux support. And I also am the one who rewrote the fluid system for 2.0. And I did a lot of other miscellaneous things like remote driving and a bunch of mod API stuff as well. Yes, I'm still a greenie when it comes to playing the game. I only have 2,700 hours in Factorio. That's like nothing. I'm practically a newborn. Yay! Miss being able to just dump fluids into my liquid fuel line indiscriminately. No, you can still do that. As long as you have a deficit, that'll still work. Like, I'm doing that over here. Except it's mostly full of heavy oil right now, but all of these just throw their excess into here. Oh, shoot. Okay. We need to actually prioritize the power generation now. Now, I'm gonna add another at least 1,000 hours to my playtime just for this playthrough. This is the longest playthrough I've ever done, and the largest base I've ever built in this game. Pumps won't pull from trains and push into pipes even if there's room? What do you mean? Pumps won't pull from trains if the destination pipe has a different fluid. See, like, once this heavy oil empties out in a second, you'll see. Like, watch the pipe now. So now it suddenly has BTX in it. And that'll get consumed until it's no longer being consumed. Well, apparently it's gonna, okay, there it goes. And then it'll start probably with aromatics, but it's not a guarantee. Yep, aromatics. There you go. See? Yeah, so the whole pipe is locked to a specific fluid. You have to empty that entire pipe before the fluid can change. But since the fluids are now just one big old fluid box, that's really easy to do. Wow, that goes quick. Okay, now there's gasoline. And then once the gasoline's empty, you'll see that it'll start like oscillating a lot between them. Wow, there's a lot of gasoline. But yeah, it's you get the idea though. It does work. In fact, it's way easier than it used to be. Okay, I need an accumulator. Because unfortunately, there's no way to directly control the priority of various electric sources, so I have to use a power switch to do it. Which, if the primary power doesn't have... Oh, wait. Oh, I need a... Well, it's time for my first cross-based circuit network. Let's go. Thank goodness I have these poles everywhere. Although I could just use radars. I don't wanna. Basically, what I need to do is I need to disable the power switch from my coal power plants when the steam level in here is greater than 85, let's say. I'm just gonna throw it directly onto the red for now. We might do something else with it later. But for now, I'm just gonna do that. They can't travel on any side. It's always left-hand drive. They are British. Thank you. Sassolotl, I would honestly not wait for Pi Stellar Expedition. It's going to be a very, very long time before it comes out. You have plenty of time. In other words, play Pi. Well, Jigsaw, from stuff I've heard recently, it's very, very far away. Like, they might not come out before I finish my run. Kinds of far away. So you're using the accumulator? Maybe not. I don't know. But I do want to use the accumulator to sense... No, the accumulator... maybe? We'll see. Okay, I actually am going to keep all of this on the same power network. But you are going to die. Okay, so now we are completely isolated, right? Except for right here. We turn this off. Yeah. This should suddenly be pulling all of its power from here. Yes. You have a mod that's letting you filter inventory slots? You mean these ones? No, that's vanilla. Just middle click it. Okay, I kind of want to do an SR latch, but I'll wait to see if it's actually required. Oh gosh, this also means that the ash output's now going to vary dramatically with the... Yeah, see? Suddenly we're out of ash, so we need to actually import ash. This is hilarious. We have plenty of ash, right? No. Oh gosh. This might be a problem. We'll see. Oh geez, the accumulator is too big. That is a problem. Rave time. Fits well with the music. Okay, so this accumulator is so dumb. So we can't actually use this to detect when we have enough power. Yeah, I just need more accumulators. That is still dumb though. The batteries are something I don't have in high supply. I'm making 0.6 of these every second. So I really don't want to make more accumulators if I can. In fact, we're not making any right now. What happened to you? Manure. Liquid manure. You don't have any Zogna bacteria. You don't have any petri dishes. Okay, disconnect you for a little bit. Okay. Hey, Fish Mark 2, let's go. We're still desperately short on fish here. How is that possible? Why are their logistic bots not doing anything? Oh, we're just short on fish in general. Okay, it's not the logistic bot's fault, it's just the fish, lack of fish. Ravager, you're just extra. You have a lot of cool designs. Nope, don't take my fish. Heck. That's not what I meant to do. All I wanted to get was the fish. What if you wanted to pick up the fish, but God said, craft? Stop. Oh gosh, I've started a whole debate in the technical Factorio Discord about inserter UPS. Fiber! But now we're completely already backed up on biomass. Oh, we already consumed all the ash. Okay, that's cool. So basically, we need to start consuming all the coke in order to let anything else run. Which is fascinating. Everything is so interdependent in Pi. I love it. Using coal power, they might very well create more DPS with the extra power consumption rather than save on inserters. Yeah, you might be right, but I have no way to measure that, so I'm not even going to try. They are kind of hideous. We'll see if I keep using them. It's not a guarantee. They are kind of funny, though. And I appreciate that you went out of your way to design them. Okay, so basically I need enough accumulators to be able to match the output demand of the base, which means I need to calculate that. Max output is a meg. That's not happening. Okay. Why do these suck so much? Yeah, I might need to... Oh, this is going to be so complicated, and I'm not good at circuit networks, like, at all. I need to keep track of the value change over time. But I legitimately have no idea how to do that in circuits. The circuit networks have always eluded my brain. Not sure why. Like, I'm good at simple circuits, like conditionals and stuff, but like actual like circuit logic, something I've never done before. You know, there's another way to fix this. Instead of doing literally all of this, we could just vent it. Check if the other system is running above a certain threshold. Right, that's why I have the steam, because like, I only want this to turn on if there's an excess of steam. Yeah, you're right, Zero Shadow. Or I don't even need two accumulators, actually. What you can do is just use an arithmetic combinator to induce a 1-tick delay. So what you do is I just have this, each times 1 equals each. And then I have another one, which is taking the output from that, or each times -1, sorry. No, it is each times negative. No, it's yeah, okay. Then I need another one here, which is each times -1. Oh, but that means I need another one down south. This is getting crazy. Then this should give us the 1-tick offset. So if we turn this off, well, Ravager, I already have enough steam engines to cover this demand. Like, adding more steam engines won't help anything. I don't see how that would help anything. I guess, actually, yeah. But that's also a really dumb solution. It is a solution. One of the solutions of all time. Can I somehow heat up steam? Not really. If I could just heat up steam and throw it into one of these, then it wouldn't be a problem. Oh, wait, no, never mind. This uses high pressure steam, so that won't work anyway. Yeah, there's no way to make... You can turn pressurized steam into regular steam, but not the other way around. That's kind of sad. Okay, so what we need to do So let's think about this a little. If we need like a memory cell, or no, we take a clock. The clock goes into, hold on, there's a way to draw arrows like that. Clock goes into a memory cell, and then that's once a second. 1 second. We have accumulator. Triggers the memory cell every second. That stores a value. Falling edge detection, yes. Aha, here we go. Edge detector sends a 1-tick pulse if raising edge on some input signal. Works by delaying the signal by 1 tick, then it crashes. Ha! I was right! It's exactly what I was. Oh no, you don't need a. Yeah, you don't need that. You just you take the 1-tick delay, you output that, and then you throw that in here. But that's not gonna solve. Yeah, that's not. We need a reset condition though. This can set the SR latch, but we need a reset condition. Oh wait, yeah, that needs to be a. No. Yeah, that is working. It's working perfectly. But we brown out immediately. So we need to have another condition, and Steam is greater than 85. That's why we need the Steam thing. Because we only want to do this, the end goal, Ravager, is we want to turn off these coal power plants if this steam starts backing up. But only if we actually have enough power production to sustain the base. Not without browning out? Yeah. I was afraid you might say that. Oh, also, I need to not read from that part. I need to read from the other part. Right, reset condition would be dropping below a certain level, but I also don't want to brown out the base is the problem. We could solve that, like Ravager said, by having a shload of steam engines. Man, all of this just for a self-imposed challenge of don't void anything. Except for water, because water is allowed to be voided in hard mode. Oh, suddenly we're browning out, right? No. That means my circuit's not even working. Okay, now that's working. Well, power production doesn't have like a float priority. It's a very hard-coded list of priorities that you can set in the prototype. There's like 5 of them. Okay, so we can produce about 1.2 gigawatts with one of those. So we could approximate that by just turning off 3 of these, but not all of them. Actually, that's the solution. We don't turn off all the power plants. We only turn off enough to cover... Yeah, that's freaking obvious. And we can just turn off the ones that aren't outputting ash anyway. Easy peasy. Why didn't I realize that before? Heck, all of these are interconnected, really annoyingly. Wait, who am I kidding? I just shut down the whole base! Woo!
Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it! Fix it,
Already
fix it,
fixed.
fix it.
Way ahead of you. Yeah, this doesn't need any latching. Completely correct. Now that I'm only turning off enough to cover the thing, I can just directly wire this to the steam. I don't even need the accumulator. There we go. Yeah. So I think that's sort of what I was originally planning on doing, and then I got completely off track. Wow. Because I knew I wanted the steam over here. But no, because I also crafted an accumulator I thought I would need. But now it's so freaking obvious. Why couldn't I just come up with that originally and without feeling like a fool? I could latch it, but eh. It's the difference between 300 megawatts, I think, right? Because these three are, just give me the number, 1.42 gigawatts. And this boy, oh, it's 1.2. So we're losing like 200 megs, but that's fine. Man, so much thought process just for a very simple solution. That's generally how programming works too, though. You go through a bunch of prototypes and you're like, this is way simpler than I thought. I'm also having to solve a bunch of basic problems that many people might have solved before in this game, but I never have because I haven't built a base of this scale before, ever. I have done a, I will prove to you that I've done this before. In 0.17, I made an RS latch for a steam battery for nuclear. I must prove that I am smart. This is my 0.17 base, by the way. Somewhere, here it is. I have an SR latch that I totally didn't download from the internet to turn on the things. But the difference here is that the accumulator network actually can handle the power demand. Yeah, this will turn on nuclear if the accumulator gets below a certain value. And it actually has the latch made of one combinator? That's crazy. Back in my day, we didn't have multiple conditions per decider. Yeah, Zero Shadow, that's the problem. Like, you'll spend 10 years making a fully automatic, fully awesome auto mall, and then it would have been way faster to just make a mall. What? Yeah, this doesn't need drilling fluid anymore. And for a while there, the blueprints were moving in time with the music. That was funny. I don't know why I'm building these, because I'm just gonna build a city block there at some point. Fine. I mean, we could just build it right now. Build the city block and make that a proper station. But that'll take even longer, and I need this to be hooked up right now. So I will just regret my decisions later. Yeah, there's too much other stuff going on there right now, and I need this to be done quickly. I have to pad out the streams, right? I gotta reach 1,000 streams before I finish. 1,000 12-hour streams. That would go really well. $12,000 hours. Ended at 998 to annoy people. That's actually way funnier. Therefore, you are correct. Nope, nope. Where the frick? Oh, it's in here. Would it be better to run plankton off jerky or tin? Tin, 100%. You cannot, trust me, you cannot make enough jerky to power phytoplankton. Ask me why. Because I tried. I couldn't do it. I did not have enough jerky. Because basically, in order to make jerky, you have to it either comes with a bunch of other products, or you have to make it out of meat. Well, no, that's the only really reliable way to make it, is to make it out of meat, or to let it decay from other things. The only way to get meat is through a bunch of rendering, which gives you a bunch of other stuff, too. Yeah, exactly. Jerky is expensive. I spent like 10 hours trying to up my jerky production because I didn't realize that that was a much better way to make it. Make the phytoplankton, I mean. That can be a little silly. No! Azure Pi streams will end on 1,168 hours. I wasn't fast enough. Best way to make saline water is whichever one you have more abundance of, which I'd be very surprised if that's salt. For me, salt was very far away, like all the way over here. So getting it was a pain. So I stuck with the stone for a very long time. Oh, too many. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing because I don't know why. Why do I do this? And we're still struggling with trees. Why are we struggling with trees? Oh, okay. It's still going to take another 400 minutes to fill this out. That's why. Might want to expand that a little. Well, not that it matters. Like, we can't produce wood anyway, so, like, whatever. I'll just leave it. We don't have enough ash. I was going to ask if this is modded. Then I saw a giant green creature walking across the base with cargo on its back. So, yeah, this is modded. Very modded. Okay, we have fiber. Well, quote unquote have fiber. But now we need to sink the biomass somewhere. Wait, I could just wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up. This needs 107 ash per second. This produces 43 biomass per second. We could compress all this to biomass and throw it back into the wood. Or compress all this to ash and throw it back into wood. Reclaim some of the stuff that we are losing. Oh gosh, look at all those tree seeds. Oops. Oh crap, this can get deadlocked. This is going to get deadlocked, in fact. It is in the process of deadlocking. Yeah, exactly. I will solve this later. Once I actually need wood again. We'll solve biomass first, and then we'll solve the wood deadlock. Oh, this also makes water. Excuse me? But how many high-pressure furnaces do we need to support this? This can do... Oh, never mind. That's heckin' slow.
Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it! Fix it, fix it, fix it!
Well, I don't really have a way to test decay in Blueprint Sandbox as Jigsaw, because I'd have to speed up time, and that would require loading a different save file. I don't want to do that. Let's see, what's the best way to solve this then? Because basically the problem is we need a buffer zone where we can detect that we're overflowing on these and then stop producing these in enough time. I mean, the way we solved it with the smaller setup was we didn't, because this has always been running. This could theoretically back up as well, I think. So perhaps we can like use a circuit here. Hold all belt. Say if there's anything on that belt, then stop this. No, the real problem is... Yeah, undo. That's exactly what this is. This is a belt. The problem is the output backed up. So it's no longer looping. No, this isn't the solution. The solution is to disable all of these crafting machines if there's too much seed so that it can restart again. Wait, no. That's also not going to work. Because then it would never restart. We could just compost them, I guess. Oh, that's a complete waste. Basically, the whole problem comes down to this belt got backed up. So we need to make it impossible for this belt to back up. That's the crux of the issue here. Well, but let's go temporarily fix it for a little bit. Oh, hey, we actually had something decay on this belt. That's incredible. Oh, it's the one on the end. Oh, it's the one on the very end. I see. That just changed it to the other side. Right, well, that was my original plan. I was gonna turn off the belt here, but that doesn't work either because you need enough buffer space to be able to hold every possible seedling that can exist on the entire loop.
Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. Fix it, fix it, fix it.
Oh, this is 1 to 3. Oh, that's bad. Wait. 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 We're infinite tree seeds. Huh. For every 1 tree seed that spoils, we're making 3 more. There's no way to fix this aside from voiding tree seeds. Well, there is a way to fix it, but I just haven't realized it yet. Just give me a minute. I'll figure it out. It'll just take me a minute. Give me a second. Just calm down. I mean, yeah, it is consuming moss, but the point is we have a net positive seed loop. So until we start actually consuming the seedlings, we're just boned. Yeah, I see that, Harem.
Moisturize me, moisturize me.
If the pie devs were nice, they would have made it decay into a... Oh, no, you can't do that. Can you? Pretty sure you can. Hold on. No, it's always 1-to-1. Yeah, that's what that's the only thing, because I've been pondering all these recipes, and the compost plant is the only one that actually, like, makes sense to me. Because the rest of these are too complicated to do here. But compost plant is the only one that is viable in this block, is what I mean. How many of these will it take? Because we can potentially be making 4 tree seeds, or 12 tree seeds a second. This takes 4 tree seeds every 3 seconds. So I just need 12 of these. I mean, I will, but not yet. And I can just make them wherever. Like, it's not worth shipping those on a train. 4 to 20. So that's 16, 4 to 16. Yeah, it's way more compact to ship logs. Yeah, 9. 9? So maybe once I have other places in the grid base that are consuming the tree seeds, I can make a tree seed belt or a tree seed train and then overflow that into compost plants. And then use that, like, I'll prefer to train logs, but just in case we have an overflow of tree seeds, I can also train those as like a backup. Or I just always throw them all into biomass. It does look like a giant subwoofer. These things are horrendously large. Gosh, that's so much biomass. What the frick? 7.5? What? Okay, no, we're training these somewhere else. We're putting these on a train. Turning it into ash is something I also considered, but it'll take an obscene number of machines to do that. Well, I considered that for the biomass anyway. But biomass into ash takes an absurd number. Well, biomass makes water and ash, but it takes an absurd number. See, this is 0.5 biomass per second. We would need like 18 of these to satisfy one of these. So that's not happening. A ton of space and a ton of power. Not that I can talk about power. These take less. A high pressure furnace takes less electricity than a stack inserter. Yeah, well, it takes less idle consumption anyway. It is half again as much, but the idle consumption of stack inserters is a little nutty. Okay, so if we're gonna make biomass, then we don't want to do it on site. We want to do that somewhere else. Hope you start realizing that you're indeed meant to void all these things in this iteration. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, okay, that's a little more likely. We could turn it into rock hull. Okay, well, I think this has officially become a project for next stream. So... because I am getting towards the end of my time today. So are there any small projects we can do to close out this stream? I don't know. Yes, I do know. We don't have enough item trains. Oh, never mind. That's freaking. I'm blind. These are the ash trains. You fool! Good thing there happens to be a path. Hog, the elevated rail intersections finally saved time there. Because the other train didn't have to slow down for me. Yes, Haram, you can see my previous episodes all on YouTube. Speaking of past episodes, I think this episode's going to be in the past now. Because I am going to be calling it here. So I'll theory craft on how to solve this. I think the only real solution is to just throw the tree seeds somewhere else. So that's what we're going to do. But I'll think about it more next time. Thank y'all for joining me today, and we're going to find somebody to raid. We're going to raid burgers. Give a nice raid guard in the chat. See you there. Hey, Protocol, yep. I just discovered that tree seeds are net positive if they spoil. So our thing completely deadlocked with seeds. That's what we just realized. All right, see you guys.